Chrisman Tractor pole, Chrisman Tractor pole. Chrisman Tractor pole, Chrisman Tractor pole.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming out on this beautiful Saturday night for the 2023 Chrisman Area Truck and Tractor Pull. We are going to have a fun night tonight, busy night tonight. We are not in the pits. Listen, in the pits, we are not having a driver's meeting. So we're going straight right after the national anthem. We're ready to start our pull. Order of the pull tonight, we're going to do the first step's going to be 4,500 pound uncut. Then we'll move into the 5,500 pound uncut. Then the 6,500 pound uncut. Then we're going to move into the 4,500 pound open, 5,500 pound open, and the 6,500 pound open. Then we're going to the 6,500 modified alter stock trucks. After that, we will, if there's anybody here for Expo Pull, we'll have Expo Pulls. And then we're going to move into the 8,500 pound diesels, 8,500 pound open diesel truck class. After that, we'll go to the 12,000 NA full cut class tractors. Then we're going into the 12,000 pound top cut or uncut class, tractor class, then into the 12,000 pound open, and then the 10,000 pound uncut class will finish the night. Some of those classes I saw on the table did not have tractors signed up for them, so we'll let you know. But in the pits, listen here, we need the 4,500 pound tractors, 5,500 pound tractors, and the 6,500 pound tractors. We are going to start with the 4,500 pound uncut, so you guys can go ahead and make your way up to the track. Once again, I want to say thank you very much for coming out this evening. I don't know, this is like the 100th anniversary of the tractor pull, I think, or right around there. It's been many years, put it that way. But say what? Yeah, okay. Hey, I just turned 54 yesterday or Saturday. Imagine that. Yeah, right. I didn't think I'd lived that many years, but we managed. All right, we're going to stand up. We're going to play the national anthem. Thank you for coming. What a beautiful country we live in, to be able to have an opportunity to be able to congregate and get together and have fun in the dirt. I tell you, we all sometimes think about our liberty, but by having our freedom has been able to say what you want, do what you want, And I'm sorry if I offend anybody tonight, but I just mean it or half-heartedly, just having a little fun this evening. All right, 4,500-pound uncut tractors. 4,500-pound uncut tractors, please make your way to Mean Green. She is waiting on you. She is mean. One moment. All right. We also have the garden tractors lane will be open here in a minute. We have a lot of sponsors that's helped out to keep this going. This is not something that just happens like poof out of the air. It takes a lot of energy and effort from the committee to put this tractor pull on. One of the main thing is this is the best tractor pull in Edgar County because how much did you pay to get in? Not a dime. So let's keep it going. We will, I think, have a 50-50 tonight, won't we? Or the, not, nope, okay. If anybody wants to start a 50-50 and give me half of it, that'd be great. All right. 4,500 pound uncut. I need you to Mean Green.
On the garden tractor side, 1,100 pound, 16 horse hot stock tractors. I guess we're skipping the driver's meeting. First tractor to the sled tonight, Jace Fraker on the old tractor, followed by Abe Curran on Grumpy's Pride and Joy, Xander Cook on the Beast, Jake Bolin will wrap up the class on Old Buzzard. Let's do it to it.
All right, the 4,500 pound uncut. Kyle Miller. Kyle Miller, you are the first puller. I'm looking for you. Kelsey Dell, we need you too.
Turning it down. Okay, he'll be back last in the class after Old Buzzard. Up next, Abe Curran, Grumpy's Pride and Joy.
All right, here we go. 4,500 pound uncut. This is Kyle Miller. Philo on the Allison. A lot of sponsors tonight we want to thank. We want to especially thank WITY for helping us out with the sound system. They also are filming this live streaming it on YouTube. Once again, we want to say thank you for them. And if you haven't ever listened to their station, dial it in. It's a good station. All right, he keeps it. Good pull right there for Mr. Miller. He pulls a distance of 295.51. 295.51. Kelsey's up next. All right. We also want to thank Jack Wyatt, John Craig, DI Fire Safety, Craig's Trucking, Crispin Farm Center, Mark and his lovely lady, Mrs. Powell, for helping out, Nutrien, Fertilizer Dealer Supply, also the Kickstand Grill and Route 1 and 36 Cycle Shop. Also, we have the Crispin Band Boosters are doing the food down in the pavilion, so don't forget them.
First official hook of the day, Abe Curran, Grumpy's Pride and Joy, 245.20. 245.20. Next tractor to the sled, Xander Cook driving the Beast, followed by Jake Boland driving Old Buzzard, and then Jace Fraker will come back for his second attempt on the old tractor.
All right, Casey Dale's up. Hume, Illinois, coming out in the old AC 45. He's got a distance to cover of 295 and some change to take the lead. Cody's on deck, Ryan, and then Will. All right, Casey pulls a distance of 276.56. 276.56. All right, Cody Messman's up next. Homer, Illinois, in the Oliver 77. On deck, Ryan Miller. Last tractor of the class will be Will Morrison. I need the 5,500 pound class for reweighting. Let's get them reweighted and line back up.
Okay, on the garden tractor side, Xander Cook on the Beast. New leader for the class, 264.56. 264.56. Next up, Jake Boland driving Old Buzzard, and then Jace Fraker on the old tractor wraps up this class. Just so you garden tractor pullers know, we have 83 hooks today.
All right, Cody takes the lead by 297.98, 297.98 over Kyle, which pulled a distance of 295.51. Ryan Miller, you're up next. Philo, Illinois on the Alice Chalmers. Okay, just remember there's food down in the pavilion. Chrisman Band Boosters are doing it. Lots of good food down there. Oh, I see they got ice cream and also hot chocolate. That'd be a good combination. Got barbecue, taco salads, nachos. It's not your nachos. Hamburgers and pork burgers.
Another new leader on the garden tractor side. Jake's distance on the old Buzzard, 335.73. Last hook in this class, Jace Fraker on the old tractor. And then we go to the 1,050-pound, 14-horse hot stock tractors.
Ryan Miller pulls a distance of 290.17, 290.17. Will Morris is up in the last puller of this class. Metcalf also coming out in the Alice Chalmers WD. I need the 5,500 pound uncut. Cole, you are the first puller of that class. Jay Miller, Ryan are the first three pullers of the class, 5,500 pound uncut. Wheel pulls a distance of 251.39. 251.39. That ends the 4,500 pound uncut. We'll do our calculations and tell you the rundown on that. We're moving into the 5,500 pound uncut class. Cole, you're up first, coming out in the Super 88. Jay Miller, Ron's coming out.
All righty, in the 1,100 pound, 16 horse hot stock class, winner of the class, Jake Bolin, Old Buzzard, 335.73. Second place, Xander Cook, Beast, 264.56. Next class up, the 1,050 pound, 14 horse hot stock tractors, 7 tractors in the class. First tractor to the sled, Mark Pearson, Big Red, followed by Wyatt Huddleston, Instigator.
All right, the top three in the 4,500 pound class. Ryan Miller brings in third, pulls a distance of 290.17. Second place goes to Kyle Miller, coming in at 295.51. And first place goes to Cody Mason, coming out in the 297.98. In the Oliver 77, and that is who's leading the class right now. Hooked up to the sled, it's Cole coming out in the Super 88. Attention lawn tractors, attention lawn tractor drivers. Do not drive on the grass to return to the pits. Stay on the track to go back. We got little kids and stuff back here, so do not drive on the grass, please.
Mark's distance on Big Red, 230.94. 230.94. Up next, Wyatt Huddleston, Instigator, followed by Eli Stevens, Roxanne. Once again, to the garden tractors, when you return down to the south end of the track, please come back on the track. Don't drive in the grass. We've got ropes and everything else up, so please drive back on the track.
All right, Cole Mason's pulls a distance of 300.06. 300.06. Jay Miller's up next from Philo, Illinois, coming out on the Super M. We got Ron coming out on the John Deere G, and then Layton's coming out in the Farmall M. Oh, there's the sun. It came back. Once again, we want to thank all our sponsors, Jack Wyatt, John Craig, DI Fire Supply, Craig Trucking, Chrisman Farm Center, Kickstand Grill, Route 1 and 36 Cycle, all right, Jay Miller coming out of Philo, Illinois on the Super M.
Wyatt's distance, 246.39. 246.39 makes him leader of the class so far. Next, Eli Stevens driving Roxanne. Dave Beasley will follow on Old Crow.
Okay, Jay pulls a distance of 270.85, 270.85.
Distance for Roxanne, 323.13. New distance to beat, 323.13. Next up, Dave Beasley driving Old Crow. Vernon Miller will follow on the Agitator.
All right, John Deere G. Round's coming out of Homer, Illinois. Or Hume, Illinois, sorry. All right, Ron pulls a distance of 271.82. 271.82. And then coming up from Beemick, Illinois, in the Farm All-In. We got 4 tractors left in this class, and then we're going to move into the 6,500 pound uncut. Layton's up next. Casey's on deck. Sean Walker third, and Paul will finish the class.
Distance for Old Crow, 247.41. 247.41. 3 more tractors in this class. Agitator, Mr. Ed, and Psycho. Let's line them up.
Layton pulls a distance of 233.05. 233.05. Cole's still leading the class with the distance of 300.06. 300.06. All right, we got 3 competitors left in this class, and then we're going to move into the 6,500 pound uncut. And we've got the 3 Ds leading off in the class. Derek, Dylan, and Darren. Casey's up next, coming out in the AC 45.
Vernon's distance on the Agitator, 304.71. 304.71. Next to the sled, Mark Pearson on Mr. Ed. Last tractor in the class, Randy Gross on Psycho. All right, this is Mark Pearson on Mr. Ed.
Casey Dale pulls a distance of 222.30. 222.30. Sean Walker's up next, coming out to Minneapolis Moline U. All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. If you place tonight in the top three, you can walk back over to the tent that you signed up at, and they've got your winnings. All right. Sean Walker's coming out in the Minneapolis Moline U. On deck, Paul Bishop's coming out in the Super M. That'll end the class, so we're looking for Derek Craig. He's going to come out in the 6,500-pound uncut class, leading that class, starting it off.
Mark Pearson distance on Mr. Ed, 304.09. 304.09. Last tractor in this class, Randy Gross on Psycho. And then we're going to have the 950-pound 10-horse hot stock, not hot, 10-horse stock class. 2 tractors.
I think we might have a new leader. Way to go, Sean. Sean pulls a distance of 313.52. 313.52. All right, he's taking the lead. Over Cole. Cole pulled a distance of 300.06. Last puller of this class, Paul Bishop's coming out. See if he can take the win. Needs to cover a distance of 313.53 to take the win. All right, tension in the pits, a 6,500-pound uncut. 6,500-pound uncut is the next class that will be hooking up to the sled.
Randy's distance on Psycho, 244.76. First 3 places in this class, Eli Stevens, Roxanne, 323.13. Second place, Vernon Miller, Agitator, 304.71. And third place, Mark Pearson, Mr. Ed, 304.09. Now we'll bring the 950-pound 10-horse tractors to the sled. 2 tractors in the class. Braylon on the Menace is first. Tony Enlow on Lunch Money is second.
All right. Paul Bishops is hooked up to Mean Green and the Super M. All right, that'll end this class after he finishes pull. We'll move into the 6,500-pound uncut, 6,500-pound uncut. Then we're going to move right into the 6,500-pound open class. So, several pullers in the 6,500-pound uncut class. So, Paul Bishop's out on the track. Once again, we want to thank our sponsors, Kickstand Grill, which is out there on the corner of Route 1 and 36, right next to also one of our sponsors, Route 1 and 36 Cycle Shop. Caleb Haddix and family, Brian Haddix and family. Also, we want to say thank you to WITY Radio for helping us with the live stream on YouTube and also with the sound system this evening. We got Nutrien, Chrisman Farm Centers, Craig's Trucking, DI Fire Supply, Safety. Also John Craig, Jack Witt. And also don't forget, we have the Chrisman Band Booster. This is one of their good fundraisers they do for the year. For doing the food for the pull. Got a lot of good food down there. Go see them. All right. Paul Bishop pulls a distance of 242.55. 242.55. We'll tally up the top 3 spots. We'll let you know how the rundown went. We're moving into the 6,500-pound uncut class. Derek Craig's coming up. Oh, correction on Paul's poll, 232.55, 232.55. Sorry about that. Didn't change anything on that part of the scale. All right, here's your top 3 for the 5,500-pound uncut. Ron Brewer comes out of Homer, Illinois in the John Deere G. He pulls a distance of 271.82 to take third.
Right.
Second place goes to Cole Baseman out of Homer, Illinois in the Super 88, pulling a distance of 300.8 or 300.06. First place goes to Sean Walker, Broadlands, Illinois, in the Minneapolis Moline U, pulling a distance of 313.52 to take the win. Thanks for coming out, all competitors in that class. Now we're moving into 6,500-pound uncut. 6,500-pound uncut. First up, Derek Craig, Dylan Craig, and Big Daddy Darren Craig will be third.
Okay, Braylon's distance on the Menace, 168.32. Last tractor in the class, Tony Enlow on Lunch Money. The 900-pound class is going to come at the end of the 12-horse class, so the one tractor in it will not be pulling until after the 12-horse class.
All right. Derek's up on this, hooked up to the sled. Looks like he's looking at his iPhone, trying to figure out how to drive the tractor, but he'll figure it out shortly.
Tony's distance, 98.78. Winner of the class, Braylon Fraker. Next class up, the 1,050-pound, 12-horse hot stock tractors. 10 tractors in the class. She-Wolf to the sled first, followed by Black Savage, Forrest Gump, Old Red, Going Broke, Hater Maker, Aggravator, Annapolis Moline, Little Agitator, and Bad Attitude. Let's line them up.
All right, we're in the 6,500-pound uncut class, 6,500-pound uncut class. Then we're going to be moving into the 6,500-pound open, 6,500-pound open class. We have 8 competitors in this class that we're on right now. Then we'll move into the 6,500-pound open. After the 6,500-pound open class, we're going to move into the 6,500 altar stock trucks, 6,500 altar stock trucks. Then if we have anybody that wants to do any expo polls, we'll have a short time for them, and then we'll move into the 8,500-pound open diesels. Oh, there looks like they're adding a little weight to Mrs. Mean Green.
All right, Danita, they're going to roll the track before we start this class. Thank you.
Once again, we want to say a big thank you for you guys coming out to spectate tonight. I know it cost a lot to get in. Money's tight in every family, but I hope they didn't take too much from you as you entered the gate. Once again, we want to say thank you. If anybody is willing or would like to offer to help next year, we're always looking for people, able bodies, to help along with everything. Just get with us and let us know that you'd like to help us. We would love to have extra help next year.
All right. First tractor in the 1,050-pound, 12-horse hot stock class. Denita Turner on She-Wolf. She'll be followed by Black Savage and Forrest Gump.
It does take a small army to run this event, so get with Mark Powell if you would like to offer a hand or help. We'd greatly appreciate it. All right. I think Derek's got it all figured out. He's figured out which switches go where and which levers go what position. So Derek Craig's pulling the first, coming out in the Minneapolis Moline 670.
First official hook in the 1,050-pound, 12-horse hot stock. 308.83 was her distance. 308.83. Up next, Wyatt Huddleston, Black Savage.
All right, Mr. Craig, Derek pulls us 225.19, 225.19. Dylan Craig's up next on the Minneapolis Moline GB. Or is that 6B? All right, they're going to readjust Mean Green, lighten her up a little bit, let him pull a little farther. So Derek will drop to the bottom of the class. He'll be the last puller, I believe. After they make the adjustment, up now will be Dylan Craig.
Wyatt's distance on Black Savage, 296.09. 296.09. Next up, Jace Fraker on Forrest Gump, followed by Jake Bolin driving Old Red.
All right, Dylan Craig pulls a distance of 338.33. 338.33. All right, Big Daddy D is coming up next in the Minneapolis Moline 5-star.
Jace's distance on Forrest Gump, 270.68. 270.68. Next to the sled, Jake Boland driving Old Red, followed by Jason Knight, going broke.
All right, they're going to make another adjustment right there on Mean Green, and then Big Daddy D, Darren, will be the first puller of the class. Are we good now? We're done adjusting? All right. All right, the first official puller of the class, Big Daddy D, Darren Craig, comes out with a distance of 250.13. 250.13. All right, Mr. Potter's coming up next in the Farmall M. So Derek Craig and Dylan Craig will drop to the bottom of the class. We'll see if Big Daddy set the bar high or they're going to blow by him.
All right, Jake's distance on Old Red was 289.94. Coming up now, Jason Knight on Going Broke.
All right, Landon Potter pulls a distance of 207.14, 207.14.
Jason's distance on going broke, 251.82. 251.82. Next up, Billy Gass on Hater Maker, followed by Vernon Miller on Aggravator.
All right, he pulls a distance of 256.40. 256.40 on the Super M. Jay Miller, Philo, Super M's coming out next. Casey Dale is going to be on deck, and Autumn Walker, and then we're going Derek Craig, and then Dylan Craig will finish the class.
Billy's distance on Hater Maker, 267.50. 267.50. Next, Vernon Miller on Aggravator, followed by Eric Jackson, Annapolis Moline.
All right, Jay pulls a distance of 227.99. 227.99. Casey Dale's coming out in the John Deere G.
Garner Miller's distance on aggravator, 306.23. 306.23. Up next, Eric Jackson on Annapolis Moline, followed by Jake Fraker on Little Agitator. Rounding out, Randy Gross on Bad Attitude.
All right, Casey Dale pulls a distance to 233.89. 233.89. All right, Mrs. Walker's coming up next in the Minneapolis Moline U. Richard, are you thirsty? No? Okay. Janice was worried about you.
Eric's distance 308.58. 308.58.
Ride 'em, cowgirl. Autumn Walker, Broadlands, Illinois, on the Minneapolis Moline U. All right, she takes the lead with a distance of 2:58.55. Good job. She's leading. Up next, Derek Craig. All right, no pressure there, Mr. Derek, but you got to cover a distance of 2:58.56 to take the lead. All right, we got a race on hand here. It's the Minneapolis Moline against the John Deere tractor. All right. Dirk pulls a distance of 238.22. 238.22. All right, rounding out the class is Dylan Craig and the GB. All right, listen in the pits. Listen in the pits. I need the 6,500 pound open. 6,500 pound open. Jade, you're the first up in the class. Jade, you're the first up in the class on the Super M.
It chases distance on Little Agitator, 27130, 27130. And last in the class, Randy Gross on Bad Attitude.
All right, Dylan pulls a distance of 225.05. 225.05. All right, let's do the calculation. We'll let you know the top three of the class. All right. Autumn Walker won the class. Give her a hand. From Broadlands, Illinois, and the Minneapolis Moline, you pulling a distance of 258.55. Second place goes to, I'm going to butcher his name. He wrote in cursive, and I think it's Gerald's the last name. In the Super M, he runs a distance of 256.40. 256.40. And taking third, Big Daddy D. Darren Craig comes out with the Minneapolis Moline 5-star, pulling a distance of 250.13. 250.13. That's your top three rundown of the 6,500 uncut. Now we're moving into the 6,500 pound open. 6,500 pound open. Up first, Jade's coming out in the Super M.
All right, here's the rundown. First place, Danita Turner on She-Wolf, 308.83. Second place, Eric Jackson, Annapolis Moline, 308.58. Third place goes to Vernon Miller on Aggravator, 306.23. All right, coming up now, little Brandon Fraser on the minutes, and then the 25 horse twins are up.
All right, Jake. Gerald's coming out of Ogden, Illinois, Super M. Pulls a distance of 203.61. 203.61.
Okay, Billy turned that down. He'll come back last in the class. Coming up now is Garrett Stevens on Garden Fresh, Basil Gore, Stormin' Norman.
All right, we're looking for George to come out on the Super M. He's up next. And Ron Brewer's coming out in the last of the class in the John Deere G. All right, Jeremy Edwards is coming out on the yellow jacket. He is not going to count for a distance. He's just doing an expo pull. We still have George to come out and Ron Brewer. Richard, you might want to back up a little bit. Yellow jacket coming out now. Crawfordsville, Indiana. Nice pull. He's not counting his distance in this class, but he did pull a distance of 308.33. 308.33. All right. We're looking for the Super Am down there to come out next. After the Super M, we're going to have the John Deere G. Ron Brewer coming out. Ron will end the class. Then we're moving into a few expo poles. Then we'll go into the 8,500 pound open diesel. 8,500 pound open diesel. I got 4 poles before I need Aaron Finley, Tim Turner, and then Aaron Finley again coming back. Got 4 pullers before you guys need to line up.
Okay, Garrett's distance on Garden Fresh was 224.57. 224.57 coming up now, Basil Goers on Storm and Norman, followed by Dan Kern on Down and Dirty Deer. Basil's distance 214.50. 214.50.
Good job, George. On the Super M. All right, George pulls the distance at 199.21. 199.21. Added a little bit too much to that one. Ron's coming out. The John Deere G. Good looking tractor. He's coming out. Oh, one lunger. All right, he pulls a distance of 196.86. Do the tabulations here. We'll let you know. All right. Once again, apologize if I butcher the names because it's all in cursive, the old style cursive. But anyhow, Jade pulls a distance, or it could be Ted, we aren't for sure. Pulls a distance of 203.61 to take the win in the Super M. Number 2, George comes out in the Super M, pulling a distance of 199.21. And third place goes to Ron on the John Deere G, pulling a distance of 196.86. That's your top 3. Once again, if you place, you can walk back over where you signed in to pick up your money.
Okay. Dan Kern had a 2:17:05. Randy Stevens had a 2:08:35. All right, Tim Coffey coming up on Farmer's Toy. Okay, Tim's distance, 2:21:20, 2:21:20. Up next, Bert Siebert on Second Amendment, followed by Sherry Snurley on Miss Daisy, Dave Kern on Grumpy's Toy, and Bert Siebert on Nemesis, and Billy Gass around coming back on Moonshine.
All right, we're gonna go into some couple expo polls here. Kenton Campbell coming out. Test her out, see if we can get her all lined out.
Okay, Bert's distance, 228.66. That's the leader so far. Coming up now, Sherry Surley on Miss Daisy.
Well, I can't tell if we're running alcohol in a diesel engine or not. Don't know much about this tractor. We're going to figure it out here in a second. She sure sounds like she's got spark plugs in her. Yep. Nice pull. I believe I was right. I believe that's an alcohol running diesel engine. Expo pull. Pulls a distance of 301.38 for his own records. 301.38. Kenton Campbell. I don't know if, is the GMO running an expo poll too? All right. Okay. All right, after GMO, we're going to go into the 8,500 pound open diesel. 8,500 pound open diesel. Aaron Finley in the 90 Dodge is coming out first from Forward Motion, Homer, Illinois. Then we're going to Tim Turner in the 06 Silverado. And then Aaron Finley also brought his second truck out in the 07 Dodge.
Okay, Sherry's distance on Miss Daisy, 222.64, 222.64. Coming up now, Abe Kern on Grumpy's Toy 2.5.
Good running tractor here. He's been campaigning this one for years. The old GMO.
Okay, Abe's distance 219.86. 219.86. Coming up, Bert Siebert on Nemesis, followed by Billy Gass on Moonshine.
There you go. That's a full-blown diesel right there. The other one was on alcohol with spark plugs. We'll see what we get. All right, GMO pulls a distance of 304.94. 304.94. All right, we're moving into the 8,500-pound open diesels. Aaron Finley in the 90 Dodge. Up on deck is Tim Turner in the 06 Silverado. Then Aaron Finley will be in the 07 Dodge. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need the 12,000-pound NA class. 12,000-pound NA full cut class. Richard and Wes. You guys will start making your way up. We got 3 pullers ahead of you. All right. Hey, thanks to sponsors. We got DI Fire Safety. We got Craig Trucking, Crispin Farm Center, Nutrient. We got the radio station WITY. Also doing the live stream on YouTube. We got Vintage Construction, Fertilizer Dealer Supply. Also, we got Kickstand Grill. Route 1 and 36 Cycle Shop. And also, if you're hungry, Chrisman Band Boosters are selling food down there in the pavilion. A lot of good food. You also got ice cream, barbecue, taco salads. I saw someone walking around with a large pretzel. Looked really good. Pork burgers, hamburgers, nachos, all the fixins'. If you brought your girlfriend tonight, hey, what a better way to feed her right down there at the old Band Boosters Club. Yeah. Take her out to eat tonight, guys. Oh, I quit my job today. I fired myself from house cleaning. I didn't like my attitude, and I got caught drinking on the job, so I had to fire myself. So my wife got mad at me because I quit working.
All right, Bert Sievert on Nemesis 25472. And leader there. Coming up now, Billy Gass on Moonshine. That'll finish up that class.
Darren, do you need Mrs. Craig to come up and hold your feet for you? Yeah, she'd give you a foot massage. Big Daddy. All right, we got Aaron Finley. Aaron Finley to get done adjusting Mean Green sled down there. He'll be the first competitor in this class. Coming out in the 90 Dodge, the old work truck. Aaron's been a longtime supporter of all the pulls around Edgar County, Douglas County, Crawford County, Vermilion County. All right, Aaron Finley backing up to the sled in the 90 Dodge. Forward motion from Homer, Illinois.
Can we get somebody to flag this class, please, for Tim? Thank you. All right, here's the way it goes. First place goes to Bert Siebert on Nemesis with 254.72. Second place goes to Billy Gass on Moonshine, 233.65. Third place goes to Bert Siebert on Second Amendment, 228.66. Now we got an exposition of Tim Coffey on his black tractor. Blitz, that's it, yeah, couldn't remember it.
This tractor that's pulling next on the garden tractor side is an alcohol burner, super stock.
Aaron pulls a distance of 230.96. Tim Turner's coming up in the 06 Silverado. Then Aaron Finley will be back out as 07 Dodge.
This garden tractor is like 50 cube, 57 cube. We used to have pretty good class of these, but right now it's just him.
Just a reminder, we're live streaming on YouTube. Just go in there and type in WITY on the search app, and you'll find it, and it'll say Chrisman Area Truck and Tractor Pull. See, that's what happens when you run on alcohol. That's why I tell my wife I drink a beer, I work harder. She doesn't believe me. She said I take a nap too often. All right, here we are. Tim Turner coming out in the 06 Silverado.
On the garden
Nice pull.
On the garden tractor side, Tim Coffey's super stock class 272.92 is his distance at 13.5 miles an hour.
Tim pulls a distance of 303.26. 303.26. All right, Aaron Finley's up in the '07 Dodge. He'll finish out the 8,500-pound open diesel class. We'll move into the 12,000-pound NA, 12,000-pound NA full cut class. There's two pullers in this one. We got Richard and Wes in this class. Then we're going to move into the 12,000-pound top cut or uncut class. So we're doing the 12,000-pound naturally aspirated, two tractors, and then we're going to move into the 12,000-pound turbo class. Lots of pullers in that class. So if you're in a 12,000-pound turbo class, start making your way up to the mean green sled.
Okay, on the garden tractor side, next class up, 1,050-pound, 20-horse twin cylinders. 9 tractors in the class. First to the sled will be Hulk, then Shockwave, Red Horse, Hundo 2.0, Survivor, Afternoon Delight, Twisted, BS Express, and Mama's Nightmare.
Aaron Finley in the '07 Dodge. All right. Aaron runs a distance of 264.81. 264.81. All right. Tim Turner takes the win in that class at a 303.26. 303.26. Aaron takes second in the '07 right there, running a distance of 264.81. And then Aaron takes third at a distance of 230.96. 230.96 in the '90 Dodge. All right, we're moving into the 12,000-pound NA class. We got 2 tractors in that. I need the 12,000-pound turbo class. If you're in that, I need you up.
All right, here we go on the 1,050-pound, 20-horse twin cylinders. Billy Cook to the sled on a tractor he calls Hulk. Be followed by Dave Beasley on Shockwave.
All right, Richard F's up in the white 180. He pulled over from Mansfield, Illinois, and then Wes Neff, which is, I believe, his son, is coming out from Champaign, Illinois. Also on the white. This is a naturally aspirated class.
All right, Billy's distance on the Hawk, 208.53. Up next, Dave Beasley on Shockwave, and then Eli Stevens, Red Horse.
Richard pulls a distance of 331.27. 331.27. Wes is up next. No wonder most of the farmers back in the day on open cabs were deaf. Sitting there plowing a field, just a turbo or non-turbo tractors just singing. All right. I need a 12,000-pound turbo class. 12,000-pound turbo class. I need a cut and uncut class to the line, to the...
Dave's distance on Shockwave, 205.20. Next, Eli Stevens, Red Horse. Billy Gast, Hundo 2.0 will follow.
Bill Moss, if you're still here, come to the announcer stand. Bill Moss, if you're still here, come to the announcer stand. All right, here comes Wes. He comes out on the track. He pulled in from Champaign, Illinois. He's on the white. 180. He's the last puller in his class. And then I'm going into the 12,000-pound turbo, 12,000-pound turbo class. Top cut or uncut class. Robert, you'll be the first puller in the Massey 1150. How'd you like to be behind that white tractor with like a 4 or 6 bottom plow, just letting it eat out in the field with no mufflers? At least when you go home, if your wife talked to you, you can honestly tell her you can't hear her. All right. West pulls a distance of 311.67, 311.67. Richard takes the win with the distance of 331.27, and then West comes in second with the 311.67. All right, we're moving into the 12,000-pound turbo class. Turbochargers are made for many options or many functions, and the best function is they keep the noise down, but they also is a great power adder.
Eli Stevens distance on Red Horse, 258.74. First place so far, 258.74. Next up, Billy Guest, Hundo 2.0, followed by Rhonda Curran on Survivor.
All right, we don't want to forget our good workers we have helping us tonight. We got Dennis Tingley out there, Richard Hager out there with the flag, Matt Morrissey. We got Brian Haddocks right here on the old lawn tractor side, packing the track down. We got the 3D family, that it would be Dylan Craig, Derek Craig, and Big Daddy D out there working the track for us tonight. And also, we got to keep our commander-in-chief wherever he might be at. That would be Mark Powell. He's the chief bottle washer of the organization. We want to appreciate all that he does and helps keep this show rolling. And all the young ladies that help sign in and keep all the clerical part taken care of. Also, we want to say thank you for the Chrisman Band Boosters for being dedicated to come out and do a charity for a fundraiser for their organization by selling food.
Billy's distance on Hundo, 211.32. Up next, Rhonda on Survivor, followed by Basil Gores on the Afternoon Delight. Rhonda's distance, 256.24. 256.24. 4 more tractors in this class. Next up, Afternoon Delight, followed by Twisted, BS Express, Mama's Nightmare.
I need a pull off. Pull off. Tractor needs a pull off. Robert pulls a distance of 211.33. 211.33. Nice looking Minneapolis 1150. Stan, you're up next in the International 1066. All right, Stan's pulling out on the track. Well, I guess he got her running, didn't he? All right. 1066. Hey, did you hear they did a national poll? 9 out of 10 men agreed that their wives were right. The 10th guy's still missing.
Basil's distance on Afternoon Delight, 225.87. Up next, Jake Bolin on Twisted.
All right, Stan Seaman pulls a distance of 261.56. 261.56. All right, Ben's up. He's coming out in the John Deere 5010. The big old tractor. Nice looking. Now, all men, you should always remember this, that every time your wife or girlfriend wants to talk to you, you should record it for training and quality purposes. No better words are spoken. And also, you can always rewind it and listen to it to make sure you didn't agree to something you shouldn't have.
Jake's distance on Twisted, 231.15. 231.15. The distance to beat is 258.74. Up next, Rich Cushman, BS Express. Last tractor in the class, Shane Moshin Rose on Mama's Nightmare.
All right. Ben takes the lead on the old John Deere 5010. Distance he pulls is 268.09, 268.09. All right. Kyle, you're up. Coming out again on another John Deere 5010. Guys, have you ever had this happen to you? I was on vacation this week and I got in trouble because I didn't get all my honeydew list done. My wife had some friends over and she cleaned up the kitchen and the honeydew list jar got moved. Well, I couldn't find it, so I didn't do anything. I thought I was covered. And she asked me if I looked for it, and I said no. It wasn't where it was supposed to be. I got in trouble. Josh Hooker's coming up from Sidell, Illinois, in the Massey Ferguson 1150. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. We're still waiting on. Okay. We got Kyle's coming out in the John Deere 5010. I think Ben and Kyle are sharing the tractor. I think Ben just got it warmed up, got all the grease and the lube all warmed up for him. Hey, Ben, did you guys place any bets on who was going to do farther in the tractor? You think he will? Is that because he's just a wee bit smaller? That's all right. Hey, he may not get the traction you did. All right, Ben's placing his bet on Kyle out pulling him. Ben pulled a distance of 268.09, which took the lead. We'll see what happens. All right, Ben, you got him. Kyle pulls a distance of 251.77, 251.77. Ben pulled a distance of 268.09. All right, Josh Hooker's coming out from Slidell, Illinois on the Minneapolis. No, I meant Massey Ferguson on the Massey Ferguson 1150. Big Daddy, you might want to move your feet around and get the blood flowing back into the shoes.
Jason Knight, you're down for flagging the 16 horse class coming up now. Thank you.
Darren, has the boys ever seen the bottom of that boot before? No?
Next class up, 1,150 pounds, 16 horse hot stocks, 4 tractors. Grumpy's Pride and Joy, Old Buzzard, Beast, and the Old Tractor.
All right, Josh pulls a distance of 223.78, 223.78. Brian's coming out from Danville, Illinois on the International 1066. Hey, we get done here this evening. They're going to have a cold snack tent uptown, adult cold snack tent, and they also have bingo tonight, I hear. So we can go uptown after we get done here and partake in the festivities uptown.
Abe's turning that down, so he'll be back last after Jace Fraker. Next, Jake Bolin on the Old Buzzard and Xander Cook on the Beast.
All right, Brian pulls a distance of 268.77. 268.77. He takes the lead just in a few tenths. All right, Kyle, you're up. Martinsville, Illinois, coming out now. International 1066. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Does anybody have an angle grinder that a person can borrow? We need an angle grinder. One of the garden tractor guys needs an angle grinder if anybody's got one on the property. The answer for the grinder has been answered, or the call for one. All right, Kyle's coming out at International 1066. Bill Moss, you're on deck. Bill Moss is on deck. Shoo, hang on. He was headed for Ridge Farm. Kyle runs a distance of 318.08. 318.08. Bill Moss, you're up next.
I already know where my tractor's going to want to go. Right there. Yeah.
All right. Bill's the last puller of the 12,000 pound top cut, uncut. Now we're moving into the 12,000 pound open. So if you're in the 12,000 pound open class, I need you to start making your way up to Mean Green. Say it again. Well, my hearing aid battery's going dead. I can't hear you screaming. What did the last puller pull? I announced it. I'll give it to you again. 318.08. 318.08. Now we got Bill Moss up. Kyle took the lead by a lot with the 318 pole. Tall orders here for the old Alice Chalmer D21. right, Bill pulls a distance of 215.27. 215.27. All right, we'll do our third grade math here. We'll give you the rundown for the top three. We're moving into the 12,000 pound open. 12,000 pound open class. All right, your top three. Third place goes to Brian in the John Deere 5010 with a distance of 268.90. Second place, that was Ben. Brian goes in second place on the International 1066, 268.77. And then first place goes to Kyle in the International 1066, a distance of 318.08. All right, now we're moving into the 12,000 pound open. 12,000 pound open. Richard Neff, you are the first puller in your white 180. Robert, you're on deck in the Massey 1150.
I don't think I announced the placings of the 1,050 pound 20 horse twin cylinder class. First place, Eli Stevens on red horse 258.74. Second place, Rhonda Curran, survivor 256.24. And third place, Jake Boland, twisted 231.15. Jace is Jace's distance on the old tractor, 194.12. Abe Curran will be back now for his second attempt. That will finish this class. We'll move on to the 1,100 pound 14 horse hot stocks, and there are 7 tractors in the class.
Richard Neff pulls a distance of 235.30. 235.30. All right, Robert Plog is up from Ridge Farm on the Massey 1150.
right, placings in the 1,150 pound, 16 horse hot stock class. First place goes to Jake Boland on Old Buzzard, 211.79. And second place goes to Jace Fraker on the Old Tractor, 194.12. Next class up, the 1,100 pound, 14 horse hot stock tractors. Psycho, Big Red, Instigator, Old Crow, Roxanne, Agitator, and Mr. Ed. Let's have them lined up and ready.
All right, Robert pulls a distance of 206.16. 206.16. Ben's coming out on the John Deere 5010. Wes Neff is up next on on deck with the white 180. Ben pulls a distance of 235.24. He was 6 thousandths away from taking the lead, or tying for the lead. 7 from taking the lead.
All right, that distance isn't going to count. We're going to reweigh the sled, so we'll start this class over.
All right, Wes Neff is up next on the white 180. On deck, Kyle's coming out on deck. All right, West pulls a distance of 234.97. 234.97. Richard Neff still in the lead with a 235.30. 235.30. Kyle's up next on the John Deere 5010.
He's turning that down, so he'll be back last in the class after Mr. Ed. Up next, Mark Pearson on Big Red, followed by Wyatt on Instigator.
Kyle pulls a distance of 233.77. 233.77. Brian's coming out from Danville, Illinois in the International 1066.
Mark's distance, 189.24. 189.24. Wyatt Huddleston, Instigator, up next, followed by Dave Beasley, Old Crow.
It's a tight one here, guys and gals. He pulls a distance of 233.42, 233.42. Josh Hooker's coming up. Massey Ferguson, 1150.
There's your leader so far. Wyatt's distance, 204.19. Up next, Dave Beasley, Old Crow, and then Eli Stevens, Roxanne.
All right, Josh pulls a distance of 206.33, 206.33. All right, Reuben Spicer's up next from Covington, Indiana on the John Deere 5020. All right, we're looking for Mr. Spicer coming out in the John Deere 5020, the last ride. You are up. We're waiting. On deck, Stan Seaman with the International 1066.
Dave's distance on Old Crow, 178.56. Up next, Eli Stevens, Roxanne, Vernon Miller, Agitator, Mark Pearson, Mr. Ed, and Billy Cook will be back for his second attempt with Psycho.
Once again, we want to say thanks to all the sponsors and workers that are here today. The workers, you know who you are. We really appreciate your time and effort to come out and dedicate your time to the pull. Also, we want to say DI Supply Fire Safety. We want to say thank you. Craig Trucking, Crispin Farm Center, Mark Powell, our fearless leader. Thank you for putting your effort and time into getting this ready and to having this day. Nutrient. Also, the radio station, WITY, for the sound system and their help with it, and also for the live stream on YouTube. Fertilizer Dealer Supply, Mean Green Sled, All right, here comes Mr. Spicer on a nice looking John Deere 5020, the last ride.
Eli's distance with Roxanne, 187.07. Vernon Miller, agitator, up next, followed by Mark Pearson, Mr. Ed.
He was heading for Olivet. Mr. Spicer, the last ride.
I wouldn't have wanted to have been on that sled.
I wouldn't want to have been on the tractor. It would have hit first.
All right. Mr. Spicer pulls the distance to 392.47. 392.47. And we call that a full pull, I believe. I think that takes the lead on that pull. All right. Stan Siemens up next in the International 1066.
Vernon's distance on agitator 180.77. Mark Pearson, Mr. Ed will be next, and then Billy Cook will wrap up the class with Psycho. Then we will move on to the 1,100 pound, 12 horse hot stock class, 10 tractors.
Stan Seaman pulls a distance of 235.08. 235.08. All right, Bill Moss is up. Paris, Illinois on the Alice Chalmer D21.
Mark's distance, Mr. Ed, 150.04. One more tractor in this class, Billy Cook, Psycho.
Don't forget about the concession stand over at the pavilion. Chrisman Band Boosters Club. It's their biggest fundraiser of the year, so they do need your help. They got a lot of good food over there. All right, Bill pulls a distance of 213.89. 213.89. Last puller of the class, Terry's coming out on the International 1066. All right, it needs a 10,000 pound uncut class. 10,000 pound uncut class. Robert Plog, you are the first up.
Billy's distance on Psycho, 203.74. First three places in the 14 horse 1100 hot stocks.
Ah, the squirrel stopped spinning the turbo. All right, Terry pulls the distance at 272.04, 272.04. All right, we'll do our math here real quick. We'll give you the top three rundown. We're moving into the 10,000 pound uncut. 10,000 pound uncut. We're looking for Robert Blog. Where you at? All righty. Third place, Richard Neff pulls a distance of 235.30, 235.30 on the white to 180. Second place goes to Terry Parashow from Moonshine, Illinois. We ever had any moonshine hamburgers? We know where that's at. On the International 1066 and the distance of 272.04. And the first place goes to Mr. Spicer from Covington, Indiana on the John Deere 5020, the last ride, running a distance. It almost was his last ride if he'd ended up in the creek. 392.47, 392.47. That's it for your 12,000 pound open class. Now we're going to the 10,000 pound uncut. Robert Plog, Garrett Hess are the two competitors in this class.
In the 1,100 pound 14 horse hot stock, first place goes to Wyatt Huddleston, 204.19. Second place, Billy Cook, 203.72. And third place, Mark Pearson, Big Red, 189.24. Next class up, 1,100 pound 12 horse hot stocks, 10 tractors. First three, Annapolis Moline, She-Wolf, and Forrest Gump. All right, Eric's distance on Annapolis Moline, 206.97. First hook in the 12 horse hot stock, 1,100 pound. Up next, Anita Turner, She-Wolf, followed by Tony Enlow, Forrest Gump, then Wyatt Huddleston, Black Savage. Danita's distance 151.99. 151.99. Next up, Tony Enlow, Forrest Gump, then Wyatt Huddleston, Black Savage, Jake Bolin, Old Red.
All right. Garrett Hess is coming out in the John Deere 4020. Robert Plog was a scratch for this class. Give her a heck here, Garrett. Don't let up. Always great to see the youth participate in what we're doing here today because that's what keeps this sport going. All right. Hello. All right. Garrett Hess pulls a distance of 233.35. 233.35. Robert Plog was also in this class, but he had to scratch. His tractors are hurt. So the win goes to Garrett Hess. He wins the class. That's the last class of the big tractors tonight. They still have 2 classes left of the lawn tractors. If you placed in the top 3 of your class, please make your way over to the sign-in tent to collect your winnings. If you are in the top 3, please make your way over to the sign-up tent to collect your winnings. Thank you very much for coming out for the 2023 Chrisman Area Truck and Tractor Pull. Like I said, there's still 2 more classes for the lawn tractors. And also, we have bingo going on uptown if you'd like to go up and play some bingo. And also, the adult cold snack tent is uptown tonight. You can go up there. But thank you very much for coming out tonight. We appreciate it always. See you next year.
Wyatt's distance on Black Savage, 205.27. Next up, Jake Boland, Old Red, followed by Jason Knight, Going Broke. Jake's distance on Old Red, 206.14. Next, Jason Knight, Going Broke. Billy Gosh, Hater Maker. Jace Fraker, Little Agitator. Jason's distance to 176.13. 176.13. Next, Billy Gass, Hater Maker, followed by Jace Fraker, Little Agitator, Vernon Miller, Aggravator, and Randy Gross, Bad Attitude.
Everybody wish this man is coming up now a birthday. He's got a birthday tomorrow.
Vernon, reset your counter. Have him reset the sled again, please. That was what was wrong. I still got some miles per hour on this thing yet. Billy's distance 176.42, 176.42. Next up, Chase Fraker on Little Agitator.
Chase's distance was 178.38. 178.38. That brings up Vernon Miller on the aggravator and Randy Gross to round out the crowd. Okay, Vernon's distance 203.21. 203.21. That brings up Randy Gross on bad attitude. And then the next class up will be the 25 horse twins. First sled will be Billy Gass on Moonshine, Garrett Stevens, Garden Fresh, Basil Goers on Storm and Norman, and Bert Siebert on Nemesis. Okay, Billy's distance, or Randy's distance was 173.67. Hang on, we'll have the finals here. That was the last one. I think Eli's supposed to be doing it. Okay, first three tractors in this class. First place, Eric Jackson, Annapolis Moline, 206.97. Second place goes to Jake Bolin on Old Red, 206.14. And third place goes to Wyatt Huddleston on Black Savage, 205.27. Get 25 horses lined up and let's go, fellas. All right, is he taking that or going to turn her down? Guess that was a yay. Okay, Billy's distance 271.51. 271.51. Okay, up now is Garrett Stevens on Garden Crash. Good job, Billy. Good job. Happy birthday, big boy. Garrett's distance 249.22, 249.22. Coming up now is Basil Goers on Storm and Norman, followed by Burt on Nemesis. Basil's distance 254.28, 254.28. Brings up Burt Siebert on Nemesis, followed by Randy Stevens on Repent, and Tim Coffey on Farmer's Toy. Bert's distance 239.95. 239.95. That brings up Randy Stevens on Repent and Tim Coffey on Farmer's Toy, followed by Dan Kern and Down and Dirty Deer. Her top speed was 7.1. You're doing a fine job, Brian. Thanks for all the help, track help. Randy's distance 264.35. 264.35. Top speed 7.2. Coming up now is Tim Coffey on Farmer's Toy. Dan Kern down in Dirty Deer, followed by Sherry Snurley on Miss Daisy. Team's distance 234.95. 234.95. That brings up Dan Kern on Down and Dirty Deer. Sherry Snurley on Miss Daisy. Okay, Dan's distance 253.74. 253.74. Coming up now, Miss Sherry Snurley on Miss Daisy, followed by Bert on Second Amendment. And finishing out the class will be Abe on Grumpy's Toy 2.5. Sherry's distance 258.08. 258.08. Now Bert on Second Amendment. All right, Bert's distance 254.14. 254.14. If you have payout, Sherry said, come on up. She'll give you some money if you're done pulling. Okay. Abe's distance 25674. 25674. All right, here's the way it goes. First place goes to Billy Gass on Moonshine, 271.51. Second place goes to Randy Stevens on Repent, 264.35. And third place goes to Sherry Snurley on Miss Daisy at 258.08. All right, next class up is 20 horse. First tractor of the sled would be Billy Cook on the Hawk, Dave Beasley, Shockwave, Mike Davidson, Red Horse, Basil Gore, Afternoon Delight. Let's get him grounding. Vernon, can you hear me? You didn't have nothing registered on the track. Did he take that? I hope he's turned that down, right? All right, we'll get the distance once he gets back. All right, Billy's distance, 236.47. That brings up Dave Beasley on Shockwave. Alrighty, Dave's distance 233.58. 233.58. That brings up Mike Davidson on the red horse, which I don't think it's Mike on the red horse. Looks like Eli from here. So, and after that will be Basil on Afternoon Your Delight. That's it, woman. Get that tent tore down. Okay, there's your leader right now. 273.47. 273.47. All right, now coming up is Basil on Afternoon Delight. Followed him, it'd be Rhonda on Survivor, Jake Bolin on Twisted, and Billy Gass, Hondo 2.0, Richard Chrisman, BS Express, and finishing out be Shane Mushenroe on Mama's Nightmare. Basil's distance 261.45. 261.45. Now Rhonda on Survivor. Okay, Rhonda's distance 258.92. 258.92. That brings up Jake on Twisted, followed by Billy Gass, the birthday boy, on Honda 2.0. All right, Jake's distance 270.50. 270.50. That puts him in second place right now. Coming up, Billy Gass on Hondo 2.0, followed by Richard Kushman on BS Express, and Shane Mostyn Rose on Mama's Nightmare to finish out the night. All right, birthday boy finished at 235.86. 235.86. Hey, birthday. Now coming up is Richard Chrisman on BS Express. Okay, Richard's distance 255.59. 255.59. Last tractor of the night is Shane Rose on Mama's Nightmare. Happy birthday, young man. If I don't see you, happy birthday. Tell me another lie. No, you're supposed to go up, not more down.